So, members, good morning. Members online, good morning. Do we have members online?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good
Great.
Good morning.
I want to welcome you to this session. This is not a tutorial class per se. It's just a wrap-up session. Our exams are starting Monday, and our paper will be on Friday, 2 p.m. These are normal exams, members. I want us to take it in mind that these are normal exams. We are not doing exams for the first time, and probably we are not doing exams for the last time. Let us just, I know exam fear is normal, but it's a normal thing. Let's do the things in the normal way. Let's not panic. Let's not do what? One thing I have to tell you, do not make a mistake of going to the exam minus eating. Please, you make double losses if you do not eat and you go into the exam and things don't move the way you are expecting them to work. Just imagine. I don't proclaim that things will be bad, but I'm just imagining. You go into the examination room, you have not eaten, and you look into the paper, and everything is disorganizing your mind. I have never seen an ambulance near our examination centers. So let us not. We are in Mengo SS. Okay, maybe because we are near Mengo Hospital. But members, one thing is eat well, sleep well. That day before the exam, make sure you have enough sleep. If you feel you have not read enough before, sleep at 8, wake up at 5 or 4, and read up to the exam. Yes. Then make sure you eat. Unless because it is a Friday, some of us fast on Friday. Maybe when you are fasting on that day. But if not, make sure you feed well. Go into the examination with a smile. Otherwise, even if you are angry, the paper is not seeing you that you are angry. So for it will do its part, whether to twist you or to make you happy. My name is CPA Luke Banarakintu, and I'm here just to share with you some of the expectations during the exam and how best we can prepare ourselves for the exam. I start by sharing with you the syllabus. Why am I sharing with you the syllabus? Just to know that everything we are going to find in the examination room is as per the what? The syllabus. But most importantly, members, as we go into this paper, some of us are crossing from level 1 to level 2. This is the last paper of level 1. And this paper, like the diagram is showing up there, feeds directly into the next paper where, if you so wish to find my guidance again, you'll find me in that paper called paper 10, management decisions, and there is no way you'll find me there unless you have passed this paper. So you have to pass this paper, and I am praying that every one of us here gets the required result to enable us continue to the next what? To the next level. And it is advisable that you take on this paper MDC immediately after your post paper, because the things are related and they will still be fresh in your mind. Why would you sit another 3 years to come and do MDC? Ojja kuba tokyabijjukira. Trust me. You'll be starting afresh. But if you do this paper, immediately after this paper, you enroll for MDC. The concepts are the same, only that they are advanced. It's like doing taxation of level 2 and then advanced taxation of level. The things are the same, but they are just a little bit twisted to just tease your what? Your mind. But the concepts are the same. You have been doing throughput accounting. You are going to find throughput accounting in MDC. You have been doing CVP. You are going to find CVP in MDC. You have been doing ABC. You are going to find ABC in MDC. You have been doing budgeting, standard costing, and various analysis. Same topic in MDC. Go to QT. You have been doing regression analysis. You are going to find it in MDC. That's why they are saying quantitative techniques and cost and management accounting will help you to do MDC. So if you have not done MDC, I mean QT, and if you have not done costing, you cannot register for MDC. You can't. So we are on the way to MDC. But as you prepare for this paper, make sure you answer these objectives, learning outcomes. That is the basis of your exam, nothing else. Nothing else. The examiner gives you these learning outcomes, and it is on these learning outcomes that he bases his questions. Nothing else. He's basing on those questions. Now, if you are reading the course as if you are reading history, as if you are reading a novel, you are in the wrong place. Everything you have been doing for these 4 months that we have been engaging you, make sure that you can answer those learning outcomes. Learning outcome number 1 is explain the nature and roles of cost accounting, management accounting, and financial accounting. That is topic number 1. And you are going to find that in the exam, the examiner will ask you to explain the roles of a management accountant. The examiner will ask you to explain the ethical responsibilities of a management accountant. Do we know them? The examiner will ask you to tell the difference between management accounting and other fields of what? Accounting. The examiner will require you to tell the purpose of having a cost accounting function in an organization. That is topic number 1. It comes as a supplement to other what? Other questions. It cannot come as a main topic, a main question. 25 marks, 20 marks. Apana. You can find it as 2 marks, 5 what? 5 marks, maximum 6 what? You cannot exceed that. But still, if you drop those 6 marks, you never know. If you drop 6 for every question, you're having 5 questions, so you'll be working out of 70. You get me? So the need for you to also cover this. Explain the nature and the role of cost accounting, management accounting, and financial accounting. Please don't forget that you may be asked to detail the difference between management accounting and other fields of what? Accounting. What is that? Still on that, you may be asked to explain, all right, You may be asked to explain the attributes that make management accounting information useful to the what? To the users. Do we know them? Please just copy and paste from your financial accounting. Qualitative what? Characteristics of useful accounting what? Information. Nothing new here. Everything we have seen. The other testing area is going to be on the elements of a cost, and then allocate cost to cost units, cost objects. Okay. Number 2, elements of the cost. That is specifically topic number 2. I beg my controller to save me from background information. Some people's gadgets are still on. The rules of engagement, members, do not change. If you are not submitting, it would be wise that you keep your machine muted, because the background information affects us. So we are looking at elements of the cost. This is topic number 2, cost. Classification and cost estimation. Elements of the what? What is the cost? What are those definitions of cost that you are going to find there in that topic? You are going to find things like classification of cost. Have you ever seen a question requiring you to tell why there is a need to classify costs? The importance of cost what? It is there, members. If you have not seen it, probably you have not read the question back. The importance of cost what? Cost classification. Do you know the various ways in which costs are classified? According to what? Function. According to behavior. According to what? Please remind yourself of these what? These issues. Then you're going to find yourself, because the topic is cost classification and cost what? Estimation. Do you know the methods of cost classification? Do you know the approaches to cost classification? These are some of the things you're going to find in your objectives. Of course, when it comes to cost estimation, the computational part, you have 2 numbers there. They either ask you to come up with the cost sheet, or what we call the cost statement, or they will ask you to estimate costs using either high-low method, regression analysis, scatter graph, or account what? Account analysis method. If you have not tested yourself to do those approaches or those techniques, please, you still have 1 week. We can still make a difference in this 1 week. Okay? We can still make a difference. Because I am looking at the learning outcomes and linking them to the course content that you are supposed to cover. The examiner, that's where he bases his exam. Do you know the regression analysis? Y equals bx. You should know. Do they give us the formula? Do they give us the formula of A and B? So members, those things should be on your medulla what? Oblongata. Those are simple formulas. Okay? It either comes as question number 3 there or number 6 down there, but it is normally number 3. Cost what? They will ask you to come up with a cost estimate, or they will ask you to come up with a cost statement. Now, the learning outcome number 3 is allocate cost to cost units, cost object, and cost centers. That is specifically about material costing, labor costing, and overhead what? Overhead costing. It is very broad. Number 3 is very big. Allocate costs to cost units, cost objects, and cost centers. You must have studied material what? Material costing. You must have studied labor costing. You must have studied overhead costing. Now, if I start breaking for you material costing, members, what do you need to know about material costing? What is meant by material? Some of us want to forget that when we talk about material, we also talk about inventory, right? What is all about inventory? You must procure the inventory. That is where you're going to find issues concerning the documents used in the material management. Do we know them? That one can come in your objectives. I have never seen it as a theory, but it can come as the documents used in inventory management. You have things like LPO, GRN, invoice, receipt, not so, store's requisition note, 1G, and the purpose of each document. Knowing it is not enough, but you must also know the purpose. Because the objective will not come to test you that the following. They will say, this document can be used for this purpose and not for this. And they give you the options. It is used to demand for payment. They put for you GRN, delivery note, store's requisition, receipt, invoice. You're supposed to pick the correct one. The correct answer, none of them. Good enough, I am not the one setting. I would have even put for you, I am confused. Hey, it's also an answer. I am what? Confused. Yes, some of us are confused during the exam. Now, leave that material. You should know that is procurement. Then you are looking at storage. All right? Stores management. What is the ideal condition, or what are the prerequisites for having a good storage facility? All right? How do we manage inventory in stores? You are going to talk about the inventory system. Perpetual against 1G, Perpetual against periodic. What does it call for? When you maintain a perpetual inventory management system, what does it call for? When you call for a periodic inventory management system, what does it call for? Do you know the advantages and the disadvantages? That one is a possible section B what? They will tell you to distinguish between perpetual against periodic, or they will simply put for you the advantages of maintaining a perpetual inventory management what? System. That is in the stores. Again, when we talk about managing our stores, we cannot forget to talk about inventory control techniques. Inventory control what? Techniques. The inventory control techniques involve things like APC. Don't confuse your brains saying that APC is activity-based costing, and yet you are talking about inventory control. APC calls for always better control. A technique that calls for the Pareto analysis. Of recent, that one has also become a darling to the examiner, computation. Do you know how to do that computation of ABC? Have you ever seen it? Or I'm just talking about something new in your ears. ABC. Trying to imagine, to determine the value of stock by categorizing it depending on the price. That's what I'm talking about. Pareto analysis to inventory control. It is both a theoretical question, but it can also involve some calculations. Do not be shocked if you find it in your exams. All you need to know, if you have not done it now, what must I do to make sure that I cover it? Another question that can be computation is economic order quantity. That one, you also look at it when we come to stock levels. All right? We are looking at control techniques. Okay? Then we also have what we call just in time system. Leave alone just in time. We have another one that is quite similar to just in time. And this one is called materials requirements what? Planning. The examiner normally wants to test the students' understanding of the ability to distinguish between these two techniques. Material requirement planning and just in what? Just in time. How are the two different? Do we know the difference? How do they differ from each other? Just in time is an inventory control technique that advocates for the identification of the client's demand at a given what? Time, stock materials needed to produce items to satisfy the customer's what? Demand. And in so doing, you avoid some costs. And those costs will be, the cost will be storage what? Storage costs. Just in time, we do not have storage what? Storage costs, because you only procure materials that are going to be used to satisfy the customer's what? Demand. However, when we come to materials requirements planning, the situation is different. It requires that we forecast the demand for a given period, maybe 6 months, maybe a full what? A full year. And we stock according to the demand. so that we avoid the issues of stockouts. What is associated with material requirements planning is that we must plan for where to keep our inventory. Therefore, we are going to incur storage what? Storage costs. So the two are different in that one does not call for storage cost, the other one calls for storage cost. Two, that one calls for instant demand satisfaction, while the other one is periodic what? Demand satisfaction. Mubadde mukamanya ako? All right, economic order quantity, something also similar to this. But for it, we are looking at determining the quantity to be procured at a given time so that you bring down or to the minimum your inventory management costs. When I talk about inventory management costs, I am talking about ordering costs together with holding what? Holding costs. And that is economic order. Those are not the only techniques you should know. There's a technique called FSN. Fast, slow, and non-moving. What does it call for? There's also another technique called VET. Vital, essential, and desirable. Wanji. Mwabyerabidde dda. Pepa tennatuuka musooke mubiteekemu mu memore. Pepa bw'enaggwa mulyoke mukole ki? Mubisiimuule. Naye kati mugira mubirekamu. Okay, now from inventory control, we talk about stock levels. And that is also another area for your computation. All right? When they ask about material costing, a number about material costing, all right, can be inventory control technique. That is when they ask you ABC or economic order quantity. But then economic order quantity can as well be asked when we are asking about inventory levels. Stock what? Stock levels. So when we talk about stock levels, remind yourself of reorder level, maximum what? Stock level, minimum stock level, and then economic order. Now, at your level, we don't dwell so much on safety stock, all right? Safety stock is a concept of MDC, but you can also just know by definition what safety stock is, but the concept is tested in MDC. That's why I'm saying, after doing this paper, it is wise for you to enroll immediately for what? For MDC. Because they are the same concepts. Only that we look at them at an advanced what? Level. Okay. Please make sure that you go through. Some of us have always been reading without a purpose. Know why you are reading a topic and where it is applicable. After this, I'm going to go through what we would expect for which and which question, right? But now I have to first take you through the syllabus. Now, if it is not this computation of stock levels, right, we end by looking at stock valuation. Of course, at any given time, with the stock management systems of perpetual and inventory, and periodic, they can ask you the value of your stock. The value of your stock. And this value of stock can either be computed using what we call FIFO or, please don't tell me LIFO. Please don't. You either have work, weighted average what? Weighted average what? Cost method, or you have, please make sure you have gone through those what? The issue of doing numbers is not now. That can be a private arrangement. Not now. I'm just taking you through what we are expecting. Of course, after stock levels, as a theory, another part of your theory that accompanies this is treatment of material losses. Have you ever heard of those? Material? You have waste. You have scrap. You have spoilage. Have you heard of those things? And you know how to treat them? Because the question will come, define the following terms and explain how they are treated in the books of what? And they put for you wastage, scrap, spoilage. Defective. Have you heard of defective material? Can you distinguish between a defective and a spoilage? These are material losses. It crowns the topic of material what? Material costing. Of course, you know, waste is what is left after you have produced, and it is not utilized, all right? But this waste, when it carries a value, it is no longer called what? Waste. It is called scrap. We call it scrap. Spoilage is material that has not been used because it is not meeting the required what? Standard. It is spoiled. A defective, on the other hand, is what? A product that you have produced using material, right? But does not meet the required quality or standard. And it is either going to be reworked or disposed of. All right? So you have to know what has caused the defect. Is it because of conditions within our control and we are reckless? And therefore we need to incur more costs to rectify the problem? How do you treat that? Or it is something beyond our control? Those are the kind of questions we are going to expect. I set material costing aside unless people have questions. We shall look at the questions later. Please just post your questions in the comment section. I will come back and look at them. All right? Then we look at labor costing. Labor costing seems to be a little bit simple, but very tricky. The theory about labor costing is just to define what labor is, the payment for labor. It means that you must have a system for determining wages. What are the prerequisites of having a satisfactory wage what? System? What do we call a satisfactory wage? What attributes does it have? You get it? What must you put in place when determining a satisfactory wage system? Right? That is simple as that. Then we are going to ask ourselves, how are you rewarding your labor? You are either going to reward your labor using the piece rate or time rate. Do you know how to compute the labor cost when following the piece rate? What are the variations in the piece rate? Do you still remember them? Straight, differentiated, Do you remember those things? With the time pay and what? Mwabyerabira dda. Costing mungi naye tunatandika butandisi. Then when we go to labor the same thing. I mean, time rate. You have a standard, and then you have a differentiated. Then differentiated, but again, with a guaranteed what? Guaranteed pay. You have forgotten those things? You have forgotten them? I am not reading anywhere. I'm just telling you what you ought to know. I'm just telling you what you ought to know. Okay? But most importantly, the examiner might ask you about bonuses. That is also another way of rewarding your labor. Other than the piece rate and the time rate, we use what? Bonuses. There are two methods of calculating for bonuses. The one is called row 1 and then halves. One is 50% of the time saved, and the other one is sigadde mmwe mubimanyi nange sibimanyi olina okuba nga okola ki obimanyi. Okay, time rate, piece rate, bonus what? Bonus rate. Now we are going to ask yourself, what will make people stay and what will make people leave the organization? Are we together? People must be rewarded. All right? People must be rewarded. And if people are not rewarded, or people are not motivated, they will always what? Leave. And that topic is called labor turnover. Did you look at it? Labor turnover. What is labor turnover? What are the causes of labor? The causes are classified into two: avoidable and non-avoidable causes. Hey, bw'ogwa wano n'okalambala omulimu oba okyagulina oba ogenze, that is unavoidable. But if you steal, we shall chase you. Okay? But that is unavoidable. That is a cause that can be avoided. So you are going to look at causes of labor turnover as either being avoidable or unavoidable. It can be a theory or can be objectives. Okay? Causes of labor. And they can just put for you the following are avoidable causes of labor. Causes of labor turnover. You cannot differentiate between avoidable and I just put the following are avoidable causes of labor turnover, except awe musinga okuviirako. Abasinga tusoma wali akagambo ka except tukakola ki? Tetukamuuka. The following are not, now tumanyi okukakozesa. The following are not avoidable causes. Kitegeeza if they are not, they must be. You get it? The examiner just brings and says, the following are not avoidable causes. Okay? That terminology we use, okay, is what we want to know. Because in the objectives, they will ask you things, the following are except, the following are not, and it gives you. You get it? State whether true or false. Okay? That is still under allocation, number 3. Okay? Then you go to We are looking at labor turnover. After knowing the causes, we cannot just sit back and relax. All right? We must find a solution. How do we prevent labor turnover? But then again, after knowing that, we must also identify the costs of labor turnover. Prevention what? Cost, and the other one are they are classified into two. Eh? Preventive. If it's not preventive cost, it's what? Eh? Replacement costs. Are we together? The costs associated with labor, people are going to move. That is a must. You must replace them. So you are going to incur replacement costs. If not, stop them from moving. Therefore, you are going to incur prevention costs. A cost like giving them bonuses, allowances, which are not like per se their salaries, but addition. Improving on their working, that's a preventive. But when you come to replacement costs, you're going to talk about recruitment, sourcing, recruitment, training, and then deployment. Are we together? Those are replacement what? But of course, you are also going to cover costs. You are going to incur costs in relation to accidents because of the learning what? Learning curve. Because when you bring in new staff and you employ them, they don't know what you are doing. So you must pay a cost because you didn't stop people from moving. Then after that, tumalako labor turnover nga tucomputinga labor ki? We compute for labor. Do we know the method? Labor turnover what? Rates. Flux, separation, and replacement methods. Tuvena tukyazijjukira. I'm just trying to help you recall what we are supposed to know. You have to look at the flux method, the replacement method, and the separation what? Bakaleeta 2 marks. N'oziraba nga zikola ki? Zigenda. You scratch your head, your 360 cannot work. Even if you know your one single, you cannot see what the neighbor is writing. You didn't say that you are going to write the same questions. Ako kaba kakoze eki? Kagenze. Please. Okay? Now, after labor turnover, there's also another topic, subtopic that you people normally ignore. You know that subtopic? Job meriting. Job and job ever. Have you ever heard of that? Merit rating. Have you heard of something like merit rating? And job evaluation? Merit rating and job evaluation? What is the purpose of job evaluation? And what is the purpose of merit what? What are the problems associated with merit rating? Merit rating, more or less like appraising someone, right? To see if that person can qualify for a promotion, can qualify for a pay rise, and what have you. That is merit one. Job evaluation is assessing the qualification for a what? for a job and different categories of ranking within the job, specific job. That is why you can have an accounts assistant, an accountant, senior accountant, and chief what? The classification into that category is because of job evaluation. You are looking at the job requirements to merit someone for a different pay grade. So what are the different ways of job evaluation? Grade. Have you heard of grading? Grade point? Tebiri mu kitabo. My sister says, mwebiri. I am not looking at your notes. Nze mbuulira biri mu mutwe gwange. They are there, not so. What are the different methods or approaches to job what? Evaluation. So the examiner can ask you to distinguish between job evaluation and merit what? Merit rating. Ako ke katera okuggalayo labor costing, not so? Is there anything else I've left behind? We are still on number 3. Then we have what we call overheads. Have you heard of overheads? Overheads, very simple, though sometimes very complicated. People, but accounting for what are the various steps you take to account for overheads? You estimate or you compute the over. What are the methods that you are using to estimate overheads? The same methods as you use for cost what? Estimation. Hydro, scatter graph, regression. Not so? Yes. Then after you have computed them, you have estimated them, you must allocate and apportion. Allocation and apportionment. The case comes with apportionment. In apportionment, there is a terminology we use, or there is something we call apportionment base. After the apportionment, then we go to reapportionment. Reapportionment. First is primary allocation. Reapportionment is what we call secondary. If the examiner is too lenient to you, he will first give you the primary allocation and he tells you to do the secondary. Or he will just tell you to do the primary and the secondary what? Apportionment. Right? So there are 4 methods for secondary apportionment, or what we call reapportionment. The direct method, elimination method, repeated distribution, and the simultaneous equation method. The simultaneous equation method has been a darling of the examiner of late. That I've also seen the examiner shifting attention to the elimination what? Elimination method. You know, they first give you a new method, and then you see everyone now can do that. Then once in a while they chip in another method to see whether you have been covering everything. Of course, the direct method is simple. Trouble will come in when they tell you to do elimination or simultaneous. Of course, you must also have practiced the repeated distribution. If I want to waste more time, I will give you repeated what? Distribution. Yes, it is simple, but it wastes what? It wastes time. Okay. After you have done the secondary apportionment, Then you do what we call absorption, and that's where absorption costing comes in. There is an instance of what we call the issue of computing what we call overhead absorption rates. How do you compute your overhead absorption rate? How? Total overhead divided by the total number of units of the absorption what? Base. And that's how you get the overhead absorption rate. You multiply it to the cost object to allocate the overheads to the cost what? The cost objects. So you have allocated the costs to cost centers, okay, cost objects, and cost units. Number 4, learning outcome. Number 4. You see how the topics are absorbed into the learning outcomes? Learning outcome number 4 is to calculate product costs under different methods of cost accounting. First, I didn't conclude with absorption costing. Absorption costing, I mean overhead costing, which leads you to overhead absorption, right? There's an issue that you are going to come up with. Either you are going to do over absorption or under absorption. All right? So the question is, what are the causes of under absorption? All right? All over. That is a discussion question you will find either in section what? Section B. All right? Then, when we go to learning outcome number 4, calculating product cost under different methods of cost accounting. The very first topic you have to look at is marginal costing vis-a-vis absorption costing. How are the two different? Marginal costing against absorption costing. One looks at full cost, the other one talks about variable costing. Full cost means that you are going to do overhead absorption. Therefore, there are issues of over absorption and under absorption. Can you prepare a profit statement using marginal costing? Can you prepare a profit statement using absorption costing? When you look at the profits, are the profits the same? Therefore, if they are not the same, can you make a reconciliation? It comes with a what? A reconciliation. Of course, when you are looking at absorption costing, right, you are going to come up with over absorbed under. What is the treatment for over absorption? What is the treatment for under? Under absorption leads to a loss, and therefore we subtract it. While the over absorption leads to a gain, we add it. But then in the reconciliation, when we are looking at absorption, all right, against marginal costing, the reconciliation calls for valuation of inventory. Reconciling what? Inventory. All right? You either begin with absorption costing profit, you adjust for closing inventory value, opening what? Inventory value to reach to what? To reach what? Marginal costing what? Profit. That's the reconciliation we want there. All right? Then the second method of accounting for product costs is where you're going to have activity-based what? Activity-based costing. How is activity-based costing different from absorption costing? Pretty fair, no? How are the two different? Can you come up with a product cost using activity-based costing? The key issue here is cost what? Cost driver. You must identify the cost pool, the cost driver, and then which will help you to compute the cost driver rate. And then you use the cost driver rate to absorb the cost to cost objects. Of course, the kind of absorption we are talking about is only for overhead what? Overhead costs. The variable costs are never affected. All right. After ABC, then we are going to talk about what we call alternative costing methods. Have you heard of them? One, throughput accounting. Throughput accounting, and where you are supposed to know what is the throughput, the difference between the sales value and the cost of raw materials what? Used. That is what we call throughput. On the material what? Cost, and direct what? Direct material costs. That is what we call a throughput. Most importantly here is to know the throughput ratios. Throughput accounting what? Ratios. You must know what we call the return per factory hour and the cost per factory hour. And how are the two related? The two are related by use of the equation called the throughput accounting what? Ratio. Throughput accounting ratio is simply your return per factory hour divided by the cost per factory what? Cost per factory hour. When you're looking at throughput, that's what they are going to ask you. Can you compute the return per factory hour? What is required for return per factory hour? The throughput divided by the number of, or the time needed for the bottleneck what? Resource. What is a bottleneck resource? I'm expanding. What is a bottleneck resource? A bottleneck resource is that constraining factor that is needed to work on the raw material so that you maximize the output or the throughput from your materials. Okay? That factor that is too binding but constrained is not enough. Right? And that is what we call a bottleneck what? A bottleneck resource. So they are going to ask you about the throughput. Throughput simply means the sales value minus the cost of direct what? Materials. We're going to talk about a bottleneck what? Bottleneck resource. A bottleneck resource is a factor that is limited in supply, but so much binding on the production process, the supply of which is not enough. That is what we call a bottleneck resource. Of course, when we talk about the throughput, I say throughput is sales minus cost of direct what? Materials. So if we are talking about the return per factory hour, we are talking about the throughput divided by the units or the time needed for the bottleneck what? Resource. All right? That is what we call the return per factory hour. Then we have the cost per factory hour. The cost per factory hour equals the total factory cost, the total cost incurred in production, divided by the total number of hours or units needed of the bottleneck what? Of the bottleneck resource. And that's what gives us the factory cost per hour. Then when you divide the return per factory hour with the cost per factory hour, we get the throughput accounting what? Ratio. I have seen, I think, in last year's paper, they asked you to compute those what? Those ratios. Are you certain they are not doing it? Huh? Are you the one who is examining? Tulina okweteekamu obugezigezi ekyo baakibuuza sitting ewedde tekisobola kukola ki? Are you the setter? Are you the examiner? Make sure when you are revising, start with the previous sittings what? Paper. Because some concepts will be repeated. Always begin when you are revising, and now you are revising for the next sitting. Start with the most recent paper. Make sure that you go through all those numbers to that sitting. And then add on whatever your spotting will be. Because they always bring back some concepts. Okay, after throughput, we have what we call life cycle costing. Looking at the cash flows arising from the product. Life cycle what? Costing. When I talk about cash flows, I am looking at how much are we going to invest in order to produce the product? How long is the product going to stay on the market? Therefore, how much revenue is it going to bring? Right? So we shall compare the input vis-a-vis the output. It makes sense for us if we have a positive what? Value. All right? Now for your case, for cost and management accounting, they might not complicate that question, requiring you to do what we call discounted factors. All right? We shall give you this much is to be invested. It will generate what? Using this much, using life cycle costing advice. You get it? When we come to MDC, we complicate it a little bit. You are supposed to discount yourself. Here they will give you values when they are already what? Discounted. When it comes to MDC, you are the one to discount yourself. All right? So life cycle costing. After that, we have target what? Target costing. We are looking at calculating product cost using different accounting what? Target costing. What is target costing? Arriving at a cost of product after establishing the sales what? Price and the required profit what? Margin. So when you get the revenue minus the required profit, you get the target what? The target cost. So the examiner will require you to compute the target cost. He might not even tell you to compute the target cost. Related to the target cost is a cost gap. So what is the cost gap? The cost gap is the difference between your target cost and the actual what? The actual cost. It is a cost gap when the actual cost to be incurred or the actual cost incurred is greater than the target what? The target cost. It is not a problem when your actual cost is less than the target cost. It is a problem when your likely cost or the actual cost is more than the target what? Cost gap. The cost. Then the difference between the actual cost incurred and the target cost is what we shall call the cost what? The cost gap. So the examiner, without even requiring you to explain what a cost gap is, will require you to compute for the cost gap. Are you getting it, my sister? Yes. Then after computing, he will ask you, my brother, he will ask you, what are the causes of that cost gap? You should be in position, okay, to tell the causes of the cost And probably, since we are doing management accounting, you should be in position to suggest ways of closing that what? That cost gap. I'm just giving you where to read. Now, these other techniques, which I am going to talk about, they do not involve calculation at your level, but they will involve some element of theory, which you might find in your exam. The techniques are Kaizen what? Costing, backflash what? Costing. What is Kaizen costing? What is backflash costing? Kaizen costing, a technique that advocates for continuous improvement in the production processes so as to cut down the cost of what? Production. That is Kaizen costing. Backflash costing, on the other hand, simply talks about computing the cost of the product from the end point. All right? By looking at the ledger of production and determining the costs, the various costs involved in the production by working backwards. Working what? Backwards. So you have to first maintain a ledger while producing, and then afterwards, when the production process is complete, we work backwards. All right? We walk through the what? The ledger to determine whatever has been what? Involved. It calls for determining what we call trigger points. Trigger points are those points in time when we determine that a cost has been incurred. For example, procurement of raw materials, when the materials have been delivered. That is when you say you have incurred procurement what? Costs. Production, when a commodity has actually been what? Produced, and you see it there. So you ask yourself, what have I incurred therefore to get this product? You say, I had the materials, I had the labor, and I had overheads. Not first getting them and then you compute. You first get the product and then work backwards. And then you see revenue. As you see revenue, you say, but how did I get this revenue? I sold. Therefore, I incurred the cost of what? So we talk about trigger points. So backflash costing is associated with the trigger points. I don't know how you covered it, but that is how you should have what? Covered it. And the last component is what we call total quality management. Have you heard of that? Total quality management. I said those three will be asked to you in form of theory. What is total quality management? Continuous improvement in everything we do within the organization to ensure that the customer is satisfied every time we serve them. As opposed to Kaizen costing. Kaizen costing is looking at bringing it down the cost of what? Production. Total quality management is looking at customer satisfaction. You should be able to draw a line between those what? Those things, those terminologies. Okay? Total quality management. We are invaded by someone who doesn't know the rules of engagement. We welcome all new members on the platform, but your joining the platform should not be an inconvenience to others. We should know the rules of engagement, that when you enter virtually, you are supposed to mute your gadget. And I also requested that if you have issues, please post your issues in the what? in the chat. I will find them at the end of this session, and then we answer them. Okay. So as I was talking about total quality management, one thing you have to note about total quality management, what are the principles of total quality management? Do we know the principles of total quality management? Yes, you should know the principles. What is the benefit of embracing total quality management? Then I also talked about backflash costing. What are the advantages of backflash costing? What are the disadvantages of backflash costing? Those are things you're going to expect in your theory, nothing else. I'm still talking about number 4. Okay? I have not forgotten, members, the concept called cost, volume, profit analysis. It also falls under this. Okay? CVP. When you are doing CVP, you should know the assumptions underlying CVP. The assumptions. Leave alone the assumptions. We are now going to talk about the approaches to CVP analysis. How best do we understand, or how can we best understand the concept of CVP, cost volume profit what? Analysis. We have the graphical approach, and we have the algebraic or the mathematical approach. Knowing that is beautiful, but not enough. We need to go deeper into that. Right? A question requiring your discussion will come. To compare the models that we use to understand the concept of CVP under the graphical what? Approach. Which two models are those? We have the accountant's what? Model, and the economist's what? It is very simple. In the accountant's model, we assume perfect linearity. Right? Under the economist model, it is a linear what? Relationship. When I talk about perfect linearity, it means that these two the variables under consideration have a linear relationship. That if you either increase or decrease one of the variables, the other variables will be affected in the same what? Same measure. Right? It might not be in the same direction, but in the same what? Measure. When we talk about curvilinear relationship, yes, there is a relationship between these variables, and they tend to be a little bit linear, but they are not linear. Why? That a change in one variable does not automatically lead to a proportionate change in another what? Variable. Which variables are we talking about? Cost, price, and what? Quantity. That in determining the profit of a given entity, we have to play around with the cost of the product, the selling price, and the quantity. Because profit is sales minus costs. And one factor that applies to both is volume, quantity. If you increase quantity, the revenue decreases, but also the cost will what? Will decrease. Which also reduces the profit. Increase the volume, other factors remaining what? Constant. The sales revenue will increase, the total cost will increase, but again the profit will also what? Now the two schools of thought are such that for the economists, this relationship is not direct. As you increase one will increase while the other one is falling. And the same time will reach when both of them are also what? Increasing. And another time will reach when they are all falling, or one is falling, another one is increasing. Don't forget to bring in the issues of economies and diseconomies of scale when explaining the economist what? Model. You must show at what point do we determine profits? When the total cost curve meets the total revenue curve. At that point of intersection, that is when we determine profitability. You either have a profit or a loss. A loss is when the total cost curve is above the total revenue curve. And it is a profit when the total revenue curve is above the total cost what? When it comes to the economist model, that is what we expect. When it comes to accountant's model, please don't forget to bring in the issue of angle of incidence. The angle between the total revenue curve and the total cost curve after the break-even point, which determines the magnitude of profits to be what? To be made. My brother, you have seen those things. You have them in your books. Eh? All right. When we come to the algebraic approach, that is when we get issues. Algebraic approach. Tuwakuteka graph. Eh? You have them. Okay. Good. Some people have the notes. Let it use out. Me, when I'm giving my notes, I don't give you those graphs. You must come to class so that I explain those what? Those graphs. Otherwise, drawing it in your book and giving you, you might not appreciate it. Okay. Neighbors, algebraic approach is one that is tested the most. All right? We must know what is the break-even point. How do we compute the break-even point? For a single product and for a multiple what? Product. Single product, break-even point in quantity is simply your fixed cost divided by contribution, whereby contribution is selling price minus variable. The same can be expressed in shillings, whereby you have break-even point in shillings equals fixed cost divided by contribution to sales what? To sales ratio. The issue is, what is contribution to sales ratio? Contribution to sales ratio simply means your contribution or selling price minus variable cost over selling what? Selling price. You can express it as a percentage or just leave it as a what? A fraction. That is the beginning thing. Then we go on progressing. Now you come in with the issue of target what? Break-even point with the target what? Target profit. Break-even point, target profit. So what quantity must you produce to get a target profit? That is BEP, target quantity at target what? Target profit. Fixed cost plus target what? The rest remains the same. Bwetuvawo nga tugenda ku target profit after tax. Fixed cost plus target profit over 1 minus T, everything over contribution or contribution to sales what? Ratio. That is with one what? Product. Then we have margin of what? Margin of safety. Margin of safety is target what? Target profit over contribution or contribution to sales what? Sales ratio. Members, one thing I have to caution you. In your paper, no one is going to give you formulas. No one is going to give you or the formulas of Kumutwe. And the person you are seated to next here, you will not even see him during the exam. You would have said, I will sit next to my sister here, whom I have been sitting with in class, so that I can kunula my single and see what she's writing. There, it is not there. Na kutulo kumpito mumanyi na wajamba mujja kwesanga. If you're lucky enough, you'll be seated with someone you are studying with in the same room. Otherwise, you will find yourself alone in that room. Not knowing the neighbors. Okay? So please, let's master those formulas. Now, there is a possibility that the examiner will ask you a scenario for CVP with multiple what? Multiple products. Because this is from one of the assumptions of CVP, that we are dealing in a single product or a constant what? A constant what? A constant sales mix. So they will ask you to determine the break-even point of a firm with multiple products. When that is said, you have to look out for two things. The examiner will either give you a sales mix, or will just give you the selling price and the quantity. When he gives you the sales mix and it requires you to get the break-even point, we shall compute what we call the weighted average contribution. And we shall say that break-even point, okay, will be your fixed cost over weighted average contribution. I don't know whether you have ever heard of that formula. Ojiman, I am safe. I'm safe. Break-even point with multiple products, you just know that it is your fixed costs, the total fixed cost of the firm divided by the weighted average contribution. What we call the weighted average contribution is simply the weighted average contribution of all the products involved. And how do you get the weighted average contribution? The weighted average contribution is going to be your sales minus variable cost, which gives you the contribution. Then the contribution multiplied by the sales what? The sales mix percentage. That one gives you the break-even quantity in units. So you must know how to work around it to convert it into shillings. You must know how to work around it to get the break-even point in shillings. If not, if you're not given any of those, then you're just going to compute your sales minus variable cost to get the contribution. So we shall use the contribution to sales what? The contribution to sales ratio. But we use the total sales and total contribution. All right? What we shall get is the break-even point in shillings. All right? And we use that to work backwards to get the break-even point in quantity. Of course, if you're not given the sales mix, you are supposed to compute it yourself. Are we together, Sebo? And that is break-even point. Right? Now, when you find the examiner applying this concept is when they ask me things to do with profit volume what? Profit volume ratios. I'm not doing any calculations, Julian. I said I am not doing any calculations. I'm just telling you what we are supposed to be following. It's a matter of checking through your notes to see if you have those what? Those things. Okay. Now, members, I think after talking about number 4, then we go to number what? Number 5. Relevant cost for decision what? Making. This is where you're going to find the issues of relevant and irrelevant costs for decision making, where you find the short-run decisions of the what? Of the farm. They make all what? Make all buy. Where you find special pricing decision, where you find limiting factor, and then the decision to shut down. The key issue here is to identify which are your relevant what? Relevant costs. Which are your relevant costs? Therefore, if I now talk about relevant costs, it requires us to know the distinction between relevant and irrelevant. What are the features of the relevant costs? Osmani, have you ever heard of it? Good. I've been safe. I think the people present in class give me an impression that things are okay. They are giving me an impression that things are okay. We are just waiting for our A's. Okay? So, what are the features of a relevant cost? Futuristic in what? They have an opportunity. They are incremental. Those are the features I'm talking about. What are the examples? All right? Direct material, direct expense. All right? Those are examples of relevant what? They carry with them an opportunity because those are relevant. They can be controlled, controllable. They are controllable what? They are avoidable. I don't know. Kati nga bajja bakakuteerawo ng'ogamba sikalabanga nako kale. Ng'ofumba omutwe ng'onteerawo by'oyagala. Some of you move with the theory that okulemererwa nkola ki? Nyonoona. Please. Anyway, you write what your head can give you during that what? That time. Rather than leaving a blank space. Please, the same topic requires you to know what is all about decision what? Decision making. I may not ask you what decision making is, but I am going to ask you to explain to me the decision making what? Process or cycle. Do we know the decision making process or cycle? At this moment, I expect that many of us know what the decision-making cycle is all about, the decision-making process. You must have an objective to be achieved. There is an objective straight away. In dressing, the objective is not to be naked. Don't so? Then you add on another objective. I want to look smart. Then some of these young people will say, I need to impress so and so. Now you go into alternatives. Not so. You identify possible alternative. You collect information about the possible alternatives that will help you to answer your objective. It is at the same time that you are going to evaluate that information about the alternatives. Then you select. After selecting, it doesn't end there. You must implement. The chosen or the most appropriate course of what? Of action. And then from there, don't stop. You must observe. That is when you pass near her, she will tell you, John, you are smart. You are collecting what? Monitoring and evaluation. You would have been smart, but the shoes. Monitoring and what? And then, that is the same thing as feedback, not so? Then you take corrective course of what? And the cycle repeats. You should know the decision-making what? Process. Okay. Discuss the principles of budgeting. That is budgeting and budgetary control. We know what budgeting is. What are the requirements for preparing a good budget? The types of budgets, right? We should know the types of what? How do we classify those budgets? Functional budgets. The other one is periodic what? Which gives you long-term budgets and short-term what? Or mid-term what? Budget. You are classifying the budgets according to the degree of what? Control required. That is going to give you the fixed budget and the flexible what? Flexible. You have not heard of those things? You are going to look at what we call budget administration. Have you heard of a budget committee? What is the role of a budget committee? Wanji, do we know it? Who is a budget officer? What does he do? In an organization, especially those big what? They have a specific functionality called the budget monitoring. That is where you find the budget officers. They are part of the finance department, but their work is mainly to look at the what? Okay? The budget committee, the budget officer. What do they do? What is the budget period? That is all budget administration. Before you rush into preparing those what? Those budgets. You should know. Now, as you prepare those budgets, but then, before you even know, do you know the process of coming up with the budget? Do you know the process? Or you just wake up one day and say, I have this budget. Is it a one-day event? We should also know. By the way, it is very, very important. As part of your discussion question, they will always ask you about the process of preparing a what? Or the steps involved in preparing a what? A budget. The steps involved in preparing a budget. Maybe to a greater extent, it does not apply as per se in the theory to the private sector. But when it comes to the public sector, these guys follow the budget process to the dot. And it begins with communication of the budget what? Guidelines. Normally, you will find the budget officer sending out what? Guidelines to preparation of the what? Of the budget. That's the very first step. So you must look out for the other what? Steps. Preparation of the, or you have the budget guidelines, then followed by analyzing the performance of the previous what? Previous period, especially in terms to revenue and cost. Then you come up with the revenue what? The next year's revenue what? Budget. All right? Then you request other members to come up with their functional what? Budgets. Those functional budgets are most times expenditure what? Expenditure budget. Because remember, when we talk about responsibility centers, all right, we have centers that are cost centers, revenue centers, profit centers, and investment what? Centers. So there are those centers that do not generate revenue, but they incur. So aren't you going to incorporate them into your planning? Definitely you must. So the next step is to ask for their budgets. So when they have brought in this budget, they must be reviewed by the budget committee before they are sent back to the owners, right? The originators of those budgets. So we review in the budget committee, we review the previous budget, right? After that, they are sent back for synchronization, for people to raise queries, or to maybe if they have sent back the budget to you, they will raise points of concern. They either remove your budget item, all right, or they approve it. If they don't approve it and you still want it, that is the point when you are going to justify for it. If you fail to justify it, it is kicked out of the what? Of the budget. Then afterwards, you bring back the feedback for consolidation. During the consolidation, we assign roles. That is when they will say, you and you have similar what? Budget items. Why don't you leave this person to take it up? You get it? That is what we call budget negotiations. Okay? And reviews, final reviews. Right? After it is communicated and it is implemented. All right? Communication of the final budget and implementation of the final budget. After the implementation, what comes? Monitor and evaluation. Use of various what? Analysis to identify who is not on course and what must be done. Make sure that we get back on what? Track. Monitoring and evaluation, as well as taking feedback. Those key points I'm talking about them because they are very, very important. It looks like a simple question, but when you come up and you find it in the exam, people write their own things. People write their own. Okay. Then you go into preparation of the budget. What are the various approaches to preparation of what? Have you heard of the top-bottom approach? Top-bottom approach? Bottom-up approach? One is called authoritative, and the other one is called participatory approach to budgeting. Bottom to top. What is the other name for that? Participatory. And then the top to bottom is authoritative. In other words, when we talk about top to bottom, everything is decided what? At the top and just cascaded downwards. You either take it or you don't. You have no option but to take it. You get it? While for the bottom to top, management is asking for ideas from the lower cadres. What do you think we can do? And then they pick out what they can and leave out the rest. And then at the end of the day, we get a single what? Budget that is appreciated by all members within the organization. So the question would be, what is the advantage of conducting a bottom to top what? Approach to budgeting as opposed to top to what? Top to bottom approach. Then we have another approach called zero-based budgeting approach. We have another approach called activity-based budgeting, not costing. Activity-based what? Budgeting. Then we have incremental budgeting, and then the rolling what? Budgeting. My sister has all the notes. I see whenever I'm talking about the approach, she opens. Now, members, what can come out of those questions? Those are just the theoretical parts, okay? For your case, what you will be required there is to know the advantages and the disadvantages. And for your objectives, all right, is to know the application. When do we use, under what circumstances, can we best use the incremental budgeting? Which organization will use activity-based budgeting? Right? Is it manufacturing? Is it an NGO? Is it a government project? Or just government? Where do you think you can use activity-based budgeting? When you are undertaking a project, right? When you have a project to undertake, that is when you can adopt activity-based what? So the keyword should be project-based. Then you have incremental budgeting. When do we normally use incremental? That is in government. In government, that is when we use it. Members coming in with your microphones on, please do the needful. Don't make me lose my control, my temper. Please behave. Okay, those are the approaches to what? To budgeting. Then you go to the computation. At your level, members, you are supposed to know how to prepare all the functional budgets. I will not say this or that. I'm saying all functional budgets. When I talk about functional budgets, I begin with the sales what? Sales budget. 2, material purchases budget. Production cost budget. Labor cost budget. Overhead cost budget. You get it? Because after preparing these functional budgets, you will be in a position to prepare the cash budget. There's no way you're going to create a cash budget from air. You must have the functional what? Functional budget. So when we begin with the cash budget, the budgeted statement of profit or loss and the statement of financial what? Position. Those three items are the ones that constitute a master what? A master budget. So if you know those, then you are good to what? Good to go. Number 8 is variance analysis. Iyo sina kyamanyi kye nnyongerako. Variances are so many. You must know the sales variances, material variances, labor variances, overhead what? Variances. But here, the issue is about knowing what is the standard. What are the various types of what? What are the various types of what? Standards. Do we know them? Ideal, standard, basic, standard, attainable, standard. But again, we need to know what is the purpose of having what? Standards. Now, I've already talked about the ethical issues encountered by management what? Accountants. That one is part of the other introduction. We are guided by the accountant's code of what? Ethics. So whatever is in there applies directly here. Ours, we just pick a few things, but when you go to auditing, level 2, you'll study full blast. You'll have to study the code of ethics as laid down by the ISPAM, right? But here we just pick a few things. Ethics in relation to integrity, independence or objectivity, confidentiality, and what? Therefore, competence. So members, that is our syllabus. If there's anything I have left out, that is cost account. Cost accounts will be covered under number 3 and number 4. All right? Cost accounts, that is where you have interlocking and integrated. There, the main thing is when you're operating an interlocking accounting system, how do you construct a reconciliation between accounting profit, financial accounting profit, and cost accounting what? Profit. What is the purpose of having an integrated, what is the advantage of having an integrated cost accounting what? System. So members, we have had enough stretch through the course outline and the learning outcomes. I'm not going to go through topic by topic now, I've already covered it. Now, I want us to have a small break. For the members present here in class need to stretch a little bit. Even the people who have been seated listening to this presentation need to relax a little bit. Let us have a 10 minutes break, okay? After this break, I'm just having a session of 1 hour, all right? Also, to just tell us, what do we expect in the exam? How best do we prepare for that one? And then, how do we make a choice of the questions to what? To attempt. Some of us are here and we are reading and we have not yet even made a choice. You don't know what questions you are going to do. Do you know? Do you know the topics you are going to do? Or you are just reading for the sake of reading? All right? Yes, buli kimu kisomeko because it will help you to answer section 1, A. But you must be strategic when you are answering section B. Please, let's have a break of 10 minutes. Strictly 10 minutes. Quarter past midday, we must be back here. Let's have a 10 minutes break. Quarter past midday, we should be here and have that session.
Not the language. Yeah.
So members, I'm requesting that we come back to class. We have our last session. So members online, are we there? Can we proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes, we
I
can
want to welcome
proceed,
you
sir.
back from the break. We are now going to look at the paper itself, right? Our paper is cost and management accounting. It is a 3 hours paper with 15 minutes of what? Of reading. Remember, you are going to be given 2 sets. One set for section A, put separately from section what? Section B. We know that section B has 5 questions, of which we do 4. That's what I was saying. If you don't know what you are going to do, I don't know what you are doing. But it's never late. You can still catch up, right? So we are doing 4 numbers in section B out of 5 questions. What do we do during the exam? What do we do during the exam? You are given the objective questions, and then you are also given the other paper. You have 15 minutes of what? Of reading. My piece of advice. If you are given the objectives and the section B questions, first put the objectives aside. Why? They are going to waste your time. Look at section B. Look at section B. Because the section A questions are equally in the same measure as the section 1. They are all carrying 20 what? 20 marks. Section A covers the whole syllabus. Section B has some few, not all. Because each question, one question is separate from the, or different from the other. So get your paper. Section B, start reading section what? Section B. If you get your section B question again, because the examiner has developed a habit of setting scenario-based what? Questions. Because the examiner has started the habit of setting scenario-based questions. Again and again. First, ignore the scenarios. Look at the requirement. I am going to get a sample here, okay? This is June 2022, cost and management accounting. I am saying first read the required. Of course, you have this set which has section B. You will also have a set which has section what? Section A. When you have this one is the one that you move out with. The other one you don't move out with it. Have you ever seen multiple choice questions from ISPAW? Because they don't release their section A questions. So you'll get this, and they will tell you attempt 4 out of what? Of the 5. Now here, I am seeing this scenario. My advice is we look out for the what? The required will point at you the topic that is being covered. So if you have read that topic, you can either say, I'm going to do it, or I'm not going to what? Before you even read the what? The scenario. The required is using the FIFO method of stock valuation. So they are going into material what? Material costing. And the subtopic is inventory what? Valuation. Determine. Okay? Then the part B is saying, explain any 4 users of management accounting information. That is topic number 1. Then define the term merit rating. That is labor. Did I talk about merit rating? By the way, I didn't intend to open this. I just opened at random. I just have those papers on my tab, so I just opened at random. You get me? And then they say 3 advantages and disadvantages of merit rating. So you just know that here the examiner is pointing at labor costing, role of management accounting in business, all right? And then material costing. If you have not read, then you just know you are limiting your chances of what? Passing. You go to the next question. Because when you see the whole scenario, only part A is related to the scenario. Only part A. Part B and part C are not related to the what? They are not related to the scenario. Something different. So if you are going to waste time, you are going to waste time by reading the scenarios. Read the required first. Again, you look at the marks allocated. Look at the marks allocated. Explain 4, those are 4 marks. Explain the term, those are 6 marks. And discuss the advantages and disadvantages. 3 advantages, 3 disadvantages. So out of that question, even without calculating, you have 12 marks. Mwabagala theory, we are looking at how best do I choose the question to what? To attempt. Si kumala kutandika, notuuka wakati, and you get stuck. Are you getting me? Kati abotuka ngotekako kasita ngogamba kino nja gikola. I will attempt this one. Put a what? Go to the next question. Next question, look at the required. On the basis of marginal costing, advise management on which product to be outsourced. Wotanga Marian to be outsourcing. That is the short-term what? Decision. Do you know what it takes to outsource? You are going to compute relevant what? Relevant costs. You have a choice either to outsource or not what? For you to make an advice, the choice to outsource should be cheaper than doing it internally. But how many marks are attached to it? 6 marks. Go to the next one. Using the decision above, determine the contribution for each product. Kitegeza, the first one builds on the second one. Those are 9 marks. Go to the part C. Distinguish between interlocking and integrated accounting system. Explain any 3 causes of the differences. This is just the theory. So if you have read, you have 8 marks there. Part D. Distinguish between classification of costs by behavior and function, and give an example of each. Those are 3 marks. So you have 11 marks there. The other one was 12 marks. This one is 11 what? Our target is to get a 50. It means that, yes, my dear sister, you are laughing, but the case is the target is to get. If you want now to become a star performer, then the target is going to change. Our target is to get a 50. In section B, okay, make sure that you can get 12 out of the 20 on that question. 12 out of 20 for 4 questions, that makes it what? 40? 48. So if you can get 10 out of 20 in objectives, already 58. You go home and take ice cream. Ekibalo kyange kyangu basi kyangu. You get my point?
Kyangu ssebo.
Look at the marks allocated before you start attempting. Some of us rush into answering the question without knowing the marks allocated. Now, I have not read these scenarios, but I already know in the first question, I have 12 marks. In the second question, I have 11 marks. Go to the third question. Prepare a contract account. Bw'oba tomanyi contracts oba ovuddeko ng'osooka ogireka. Distinguish between contract costing and batch costing. That one does not require you to know the above. If you are good at theory, storytelling, awo mba nkulina. Explain the circumstances under which batch costing can be applied. To me, this would be a tricky what? Question. Go to part C. Using absorption costing technique, prepare the profitability statement for the quarter. The profitability in a very tricky question because you have 7 marks and you have 9 marks. That is 16 out of 20 from calculations. So if you are so good at calculation, this is your question. Some of us who are good at storytelling, number 1, number 2 are what? Are you getting me? But the challenge I am getting here is most of us spend a lot of time doing calculations and we forget to read the theory. Waliwo obuzibu awo. Waliwo ki? Let us balance the boat. Enzo ye namba okujjako nga nasomye bulungi bwe nyiza ogyepikira naye ate nga nnyangu. All right? But you must know the tricks in the question. Okay? Now we go to number 5. Required. Determine the following variances. Look at the marks allocated. 2, 6, 3, 1. That is 10. 10 out of 20 in calculation. Abasinga a number to tell GTIA. Variances. But I know it is very simple once you know the formulas. Explain the causes of material and labor cost variance. Eyo nga togyepikira. 4 marks. Discuss any 4 limitations of standard costing. 4 marks. So you have this one, right? It looks like it's not. And it's 6, 10. Where are the 2 marks hiding? These are 8. What? 12 on calculations. Okay, but still this is doable. And you find that the variances they are bringing you, they are very easy variances, not the others that are complicated. When they bring in the issues of overheads, that's when people get off. But these others, they are very okay. Then you look at number 6. Using ABC, determine each magazine's budgeted cost. Explain the steps involved in ABC. You cannot leave such a number. So you need 4. If I have killed number 4, then it means I can do all the rest of the questions. And my mathematics would help me add up. Explain any 3 causes of over and under absorption. Didn't I talk about that in the first session? Okay, so that is how best you can make a choice of your question. Now, members, one thing you have to get from me now is that beginning 2023 sitting, the examiner follows a certain pattern of asking what? Questions. This time around, before 2023, you would find topics spread all over. But here we have a pattern which you must now follow. And that is what you are benefiting from attending this session. Each question has specific topics that are attached to it. You will tell me after the exam that what I have told you and what I'm telling you here actually came to pass. The same thing I told to my students in the August sitting. And people were lost with choice because they had prepared adequately for the paper. I was not even surprised when my class produced the prize winner. So let us see. Let us see. Okay? What are those topics? We have 5 questions. Question number 2, question number 3, question number 4, question number 5, and question number. For ease of your revision, you may write down these topics if you want. Question number 2 has 3 topics. The first topic is material costing. The second topic is labor costing. And the third topic is specific order costing. Specific order costing. So when I talk about material costing, I mean read everything at what? But if it is calculation, you are either going to get stock valuation, all right, or you are going to get stock levels. Okay? When I talk about stock valuation, I am meaning the use of FIFO or work. Okay? If I talk about stock valuation, that is what I mean. But then when I talk about stock levels, that is where you have reorder level, maximum stock level, minimum stock level, and economic order what? Economic order quantity. The question is going to be, what was asked when? And therefore, what should we expect? You get me? That is what we think of material costing. When it comes to labor costing, please think of the payroll. Can you prepare the payroll? Of course, the payroll will be prepared using the different methods of rewarding for labor. Either you are using piece rate or a combination of the what? Of the two. Look at the paper look at the model paper and see how it was asked. Okay, that was question number 2. You are moving from one method to another, but also consider the issue of allowances. That is, we are preparing a payroll. Allowances and then the bonus. But don't forget the deductions. because we are preparing a pay. That would be the harder thing of it. Now, if they are giving you a lighter part of it, right, they will ask you just to compute the bonus using either Halsey or Rowan, or they just ask you to get the payment using piece rate or time what? Time rate. If I get you a comprehensive question, I'll ask you to prepare a payroll. Yes, look out for the papers of 2019. There was a question about the payroll. I think it was August 2019, not so? I think. August 2019. Now that is payroll or labor costing. But again, in labor costing, they can ask you about turnover. Computing labor rates, labor turnover rates. That was the question in December 2024. Separation, displacement, or flux. That is the calculation you're expecting. That's where the maximum marks come from. Of course, as part of your explanation, they will ask you just to explain the issues of, I had forgotten, idle time, idle capacity, and overtime. You have heard of those things? Yes. That is number 2, right? Labor, material, and then specific. When I talk about specific order costing, they will ask you either a job, computing for a particular one, job. They will say, we have this job to undertake. Okay? Calculate the price to be charged. You have ever seen those questions? Calculate the price to be charged. Of course, in such a job, in such a question, you'll have elements of labor and you have elements of material. Then they will say maybe pricing is use of a markup. That to get a selling price, you must get the total cost and then you add the what? But when you look at how you compute those costs, there are elements of material, there are elements of labor. Specific order costing. That is your number 2. So there are 3 topics. As addition, they can just add you those things of maybe theory, topic number 1, ethical requirements of a management accountant, the roles of a management accountant. Those just come as a supplement, but the main topics are those ones. I'm just giving you the topics, then we are going to go through the trend, how they have been setting. Then number 3. Number 3 topics. The number 3 topics, that is where you are having cost classification and cost estimation. As part of theory, I mean as of your calculation, cost classification and cost estimation, you should know how to prepare your cost sheet. You might think that it was a waste of time for you to learn the cost sheet. That is where you're going to find it. Okay? The cost sheet. You will find that it is during that, I mean, by that virtue of that topic, you'll be required to come up with a cost estimate using either high-low method, account analysis, or regression. That is the topic number 1. It has 2 calculations. Either you're going to prepare a cost sheet or you're going to estimate what? Costs using those methods. Then the second topic is cost accounts. The calculation with the cost account is to prepare a profit statement using either, they might not ask you to prepare a profit statement, but they will require you to prepare a reconciliation what? Statement, reconciling financial accounts, profits, and then cost accounting what? Profits. That is what we call cost accounts. The topic, the calculation involved there. All right? You must be in a position, all right, to prepare a reconciliation, right, between financial accounting profit and cost accounting what? Alternatively, the examiner might give you one set of profit, maybe the financial what? Profit, and require you to reconcile, but indirectly telling you to prepare the cost accounting what? Profit. Are we together? So in the preparation of the cost accounting profit, you should either know that they are going to ask you to either account for full cost or marginal what? Marginal cost. Are we together? So you should be prepared to prepare the cost what? The cost statement or the profit statement. Then, members, what we are going to know about cost accounts, you should be in the position, the theory part that comes with that question, okay, is to know the difference between interlocking accounts and integrated what? Accounts. Interlocking accounts and integrated what? Accounts. What are the differences? Then they ask you, what are the advantages of adopting an integrated accounting system? That is the theory that can come with it. Another theory that comes with this question or the topic is the features, okay, of an interlocking accounting system, and also telling us, right, the causes of differences in both financial accounting profit and cost accounting what? Profit. The differences, the causes of the differences. If you have good notes, they should cover those differences. They should be identifying those what? Differences. The third topic, I told you there are either three topics on each one, on each topic, on each question. We are looking at question number 3. I said the first topic is cost classification and cost what? Estimation. The second topic is cost what? Accounts. And the third topic is relevant and irrelevant costs and decision making. That's the third topic. Relevant and irrelevant costs and decision what? The theory part about that topic is the process of decision making. The steps involved in what? Decision making. 2, the differences between relevant and irrelevant what? Costs for decision making. Plus the examples of relevant costs and irrelevant what? Costs. Not forgetting the features of relevant what? Relevant costs. That is the theory. Now, the other part is about the short-run decisions. And the following decisions will be asked. The decision to discontinue an operation. The decision, when I say the decision to discontinue, I mean the decision to shut down. 2, I am talking about a decision to outsource. All right? That is what we call a decision to make all what? All buy. 3, special pricing what? Decision. That is to accept a special what? Price, a different price, a lower price than the normal what? The normal price. And 4, the limiting factor analysis. Those are the 4 decisions that can be asked. However, as you do those decisions, there is an accompanying question. The accompanying question is, other than the price or the financial aspect, what are the 9 financial factors to consider when taking that what? Decision. All right? The 9 financial factors. That is question number 3. Now, as you read these topics, if you say, I am going to do number 2, set your mind to answer anything there. Read A to what? To Z of those topics. If you're going to do number 3, make sure you do A to Z of those what? Now I'm narrowing your gap of reading, not so? Now you read with a focus, not just reading. You read with what? The focus. Let's go to question number 4. Question number 4, what do we expect? That is learning outcome number 3, learning outcome number 4. It was about costing the products, all right? Therefore, we are going to look at the following topics. 1, marginal vis-a-vis absorption costing. Can you prepare a profit statement using marginal costing? Can you prepare a profit statement using absorption costing? Can you reconcile the 2 profits? That is basically what we asked there. What is the purpose? What is the importance of using marginal costing? What is the applicability of using absorption what? When we talk about absorption costing, we are talking about full what? Full costing. That is topic number what? The moja. Topic number 2, CVP. CVP. Read everything about CVP. Topic number 3, activity-based what? Costing. You'll find it in number 4. It will either be number 4. At least for this diet, up to when the examinations change, until the syllabus changes. It will be question number, activity-based what? And then alternative costing what? Methods. Do you know what is involved in alternative costing methods? Throughput accounting, life cycle costing, target costing, backflash costing, Kaizen costing, and total quality what? That is the biggest topic. That is the biggest what? Topic. Number 5 has only 2 topics. Number 5 has only 2 topics. Zepikira. Budgeting and budgetary control is one topic. But when you are doing budgeting and budgetary control, you should not least prepare all the functional what? Preparation of all functional what? Budgets. 2, you should know the techniques of budgetary what? Control. That is the preparation of the flexed what? Flexed budget. That is the computation. The theory part can be budget, the process of what? Budgeting, the importance of what? Budgeting in an organization. Then you have the second topic, which is standard costing and variance analysis. You have standard costing and variance what? Analysis. The theory part covers what standard costing is all about. What are the various types of what? Standards, and the applicability of those what? Standards. And then the importance of standard what? Costing in an organization. That is question number 5, part, whichever part it can be, but about standard costing. Then the computation will require you to know all the variances, sales variance. When the sales variances are computed, you can either have just the sales variance or the sales contribution what? Margin what? Variances, which are divided into 2. Price and what? And volume. Then you go to what? To material variances. We have material cost variance, which is divided into 2 again. Material cost variance and then material usage what? Variance. And then material usage is divided into 2. You have material what? Material one. Material usage is divided into 2. Then you go to labor. Labor cost variance divided into 2. Labor efficiency variance and labor rate what? Variance. Labor efficiency is also divided into 2. All right? Then you go to overheads. Overheads divided into 2. Fixed and variable. But then, members, apart from the variances, I know it would be rare to find a question requiring you to carry out a reconciliation of the budgeted profit with the actual what? Profit using variances. In such scenarios, the examiner might compute for you the variances and require you to use those variances to make a reconciliation what? Statement. Okay? And then question number 5. Those are question number 5. That's question number 5. Then question number 6. Question number 6. Overhead costing. Have you heard of overhead costing anywhere? So you will find overhead costing there. You will find specific order costing again. That is where you're going to find job costing, contract costing, service what? Costing. Those are specific order costing. And then the last topic will be process what? Process costing. Of course, when we talk about process costing, think of issues where you have opening inventory, and closing work in what? In progress. Valued using either FIFO or work. LIFO. And then you think of joint products and then buy what? Buy products. And our content in Gojikozechi, Gojimazeyo. Those are the topics. I want to put evidence to what I've just said by showing you the analysis, right, of these topics. And it is from this analysis that any person can make a safe what? Judgment of what to read. All right? So I am going to take you through the template where I summarized the occurrence of these topics right from 2023 up to the previous what? Sitting. And it is this template that I am using. You'll confirm with me that the topics I've just given you are exactly what are covered in these. I exempted myself from the model paper, but I am looking at question number 2 here. May 20 what? May 2023. May 2023, they asked you to explain something to do with the nature and scope of what? Where the topic, the question was picked. It is nature and scope of management accounting. And what did they ask? Explain the ethical requirements of management accounting. And then the next question was raw material what? Costing, determining road user. And then the last one was material what? Preparing a cost what? Cost ledger. So you find that in what I am calling a road user fee, there were also some elements of labor costing. Okay? So 2023 May was dominated by material costing. Let us look at August. They bring again material what? Material costing. They bring labor costing, and then they bring again nature and scope of management what? And here they are asking you needs of any users of managerial accounting what? You should know that the users of management accounting information are only what? They are only what? Internal users. Kati gwe ngenda onteremu sijui what? The general public. I will ask you, when did the general public access management information, management accounting information? That information is only accessed by internal users. So you should be knowing where to put the line. Look at December. They are asking material what? Costing. They are asking material costing in terms of economic order, quantity. And then as a discussion, they are asking you to explain the ways of reducing labor. Akutambuza. But still in the same line. Let us continue to 2024. 2024. They ask you about labor what? Costs, including what? So you should know about, there it was just a discussion. Now here is putting you the question itself. Remember I told you, when you are reading, you start with the previous. So in the previous sitting, they just asked you to explain something about labor costing. Now in this sitting, they are bringing you what? The calculation. Then they are asking you the total cost of managing inventory. That one comes from economic order quantity. Unless you know economic order quantity, You cannot tell about cost of managing what? Inventory, because it comes along with holding what? Holding costs, and then ordering what? Besides the cost, the actual cost of the material. Advantages and disadvantages of continuous stock what? That one, instead they are asking you the perpetual inventory control system. He didn't ask you that explain or give the advantages of the perpetual inventory controls. You just mentioned it continuous. Because if it is perpetual, it means you are continuous. Then we have periodic. In August, he brings labor what? And then brings just the discussion is about merits and merits of periodic. Now, in the previous sitting, he asked you about perpetual. In the next sitting, he's asking you about what? He's asking you about periodic. Are you getting me? So if you ignored the last sitting and you said, he cannot ask this same thing, now you are here, right? I'm justifying my statement where I told you first have to look at the previous what? Previous sitting. As you revise, start with the previous sitting. Then it is from there that you base your. Then look at this. You have again labor what? Labor costing. For 3 consecutive sittings, this person was giving you computations involving labor costing. Tolina maso tolaba. Can't you use that to predict what is coming next? Yeah? So he's asking you time rate, piece rate with the bonus. And then the discussion. Then in December, he's asking you labor turnover. Then efficiency ratios. Then go to May. Material what? Is asking you material costing, different stock what? Levels. Now let us look at August. What did they ask in August? In August, is still bringing you economic order, material what? And target costing. Now here, I will not be wrong to tell you to read about inventory valuation. Are you seeing the trend? I'm not wrong to tell you to read about inventory valuation using either fee for all. Please read about labor costing also. Because over the past 3 sittings, the person is asking you labor costing. Labor what? No, he asked you labor costing for 3 consecutive sittings. Now he has started material what? Costing. But again, look at a scenario where he asks you to probably look at either determining the cost of a product, the per rate, or let's say they ask determine the road user fees, determine the price to be charged by patient. You get it? Such scenarios. You can also read those what? Kind of what? Scenarios. Because those scenarios are a combination of both labor costing and material what? Costing. But you definitely know that the topics covered are labor costing, material what? Material cost. So think of inventory. Think of inventory valuation. As you read inventory valuation, also think of labor costing. I would want people to call me after the exam saying that I was short of choices. Everything I was looking at, I was handling. rather than saying, I was stuck. So members, read topic number 1 and that topic of material costing and labor what? Costing. But also look at this setting where he combines both in a kind of a scenario. For example, the one he asked in the question he asked in what? Where did it happen? Is it? You look at 2024, the question he asked in December 2024, and again in 2023. Okay? There's a possibility of also bringing back such kind of what? Scenario. It is in December. When are you sitting? I am not a prophet, but I'm just showing you some indicators. Okay? Look at those December questions. All right? On top of what we are now also telling to read, but also look at the December what? Plus that paper I just opened accidentally. That was what? 2022 what? Person who was attentive saw it. Okay, I close the topic number 2. You know what you are going to read. Okay? We know what we are going to. Let's go to number 3. Let's go to number. I still show you the trend. We said in number 3, we are looking at cost classification and cost estimation. We are looking at cost accounts, and we are looking at relevant and irrelevant what? Are we together? Let us look at the trend. I begin with May 2023. Someone is now going to type and say, please give me that template. I have already seen people saying, can you share that template? You just have to be attentive. In May, they asked you to distinguish between a cost unit and a cost center. Just by that, they have covered the topic. Then number 2 is going to relevant and irrelevant what? And is taking short-term decision. And this time around is asking about limiting what? Limiting factor. Can you use the concept of limiting factor to determine the production mix? Okay? And then the third topic was reconciliation. So all the 3 topics were covered. We go to August. August, cost classification. What does he ask in cost classification? The methods of cost classification. And this time around is asking you to use the account what? Analysis. If you have never seen the question about account analysis or Girabia, August 2020 what? 23. It is just simple. Separate fixed cost from variable costs.
Are you done with that? No. No.
Cost account. Cost accounts. What did he ask? Preparation of a reconciliation what? Preparation of the costing profit or loss statement using integrated accounting what? System. And then under relevant cost is asking you to explain the factors affecting the process of decision what? Making. olwo topic abagikoonyeeko. Members, one thing I have to tell you, there is no new question. Okay? There is no new. The more questions you do, the better for you. Because most of these questions are repeated, especially for the theory what? The theory papers. The theory questions. They are normally what? Repeated. Let us look at this time around in December 2023. They asked you to prepare a cost statement. That is the cost sheet. If they ask a cost statement, they are asking for a cost what? Cost sheet. Part B, reconciliation of financial accounting profit and cost accounting what? That is basically on integrated what? I mean interlocking what? Accounting systems. And then they asked you the decision-making what? Process. So in the whole of 2023, they asked only one computation in that topic. Limiting what? Limiting factor. The other parts that were coming were discussion what? Let's look at 2024. Number 3. On relevant and irrelevant costs for decision making, they bring another decision. That is a decision to what? A decision to discontinue. But then they also ask the cost what? Accounts. This time around, cost classification is not covered. Are we together? Cost classification is not covered. I am seeing a trend of requiring you to know how to make a reconciliation what? Statement when it comes to cost what? Accounts. You should be in position to reconcile financial accounting profits and cost accounting what? Profits. Ekyo bw'oba tokimanyi enamba togyetukira gireke. Nate bw'oba ogijjawo reducing sample ki? Sample space yo gikendeeza. So you have only one option to practice it. Kubanga already now you know where you are going to what? To find it. Okay? Let us look at the next sitting. They bring back a cost what? Estimation. And now, remember the other time, it was in August again. They asked account what? Analysis. They asked account analysis. Here, they are asking list squares what? Oh, mulaba engeri gye bagoberamu ebintu bino. Then they are bringing again a decision to discontinue. Now let me tell you about a decision to discontinue. You are going to find two scenarios. They will ask you that a decision to discontinue will have two effects. A complementary effect and a substitution what? You should know the implication of a substitution effect and the implication of a complementary what? Effect. If you have not done that question before, please look for it and practice it. How do you treat the substitution effect? How do you treat the complementary what? Effect. Here they didn't bring you the reconciliation. They just told you to explain the advantages of integrated accounting system. If it is not integrated, it is interlocking. The trend, please observe. This is December 2024. They ask you Cost accounts, they don't bring cost estimation. Again, they're asking you to prepare a reconciliation. Relevant cost, the other time they asked limiting factor, discontinuation. Now they're asking you out what? Outsourcing. Decision chesigaddeyo. Decision chesigaddeyo. Special pricing. So if you are reading otandikira ku special pricing, noddayo ki? Noddayo emabega. Am I making something sensible to you? Am I communicating sense? So, and then they are asking you to distinguish between relevant and they don't ask about cost classification and cost what? Estimation. Let us see in May, what do they do? In May, they bring back cost classification and cost estimation. And here they are also asking you to prepare a cost sheet. Remember, they asked you a cost sheet, then they brought you cost estimation. Now they bring back cost what? Cost sheet. Wanji, you should be seeing these things. Okay? When it comes to cost accounts, there is only one calculation. Or you know, reconciliation. The rest will be theory. Okay? The calculation is one, reconciliation. And then cost classification is just defining the terminologies. Then when we go to August, okay, in August, they still bring reconciliation and the importance of cost classification. Are we surviving relevant costs and relevant and irrelevant costs and decision making this time around? I am making my prediction that you are going to find relevant what? Costs and irrelevant costs and decision what? It cannot miss 3 consecutive what? Sittings. It is impossible. So as you read, you begin with that topic and read it at what? To Z. But you can put emphasis on it too. You can think of limiting factor analysis. You can think of discontinuation. Then you can add on the special price. You know that you want the limiting factor because it confuses. It has so many steps. And then they want the discontinuation to see whether you can comprehend the issue of substitution effect and complementary what? Effect. That is my number one topic if you are preparing. Of course, when it comes to cost accounts, because you want to maximize your marks from the computation, you must know the reconciliation. Okay? Don't think of leaving out cost classification. If they ask for preparing a cost sheet, now think of cost estimation. The methods they asked you, it would be hard to get the high-low method, but you can practice it. Think of those two: account analysis and regression or least squares method. I'll make sure my phone is off on the first day of your exam. You can only call me after the next day when I've gone to hide myself. Please hide your excitement during the exam. Once you find something that you have read, stay what? Stay calm. stay calm, compose yourself, and write. You must also make sure that you observe time. You are doing 5 questions in 3 hours. 3 hours is how many minutes? 180 what? 80 minutes. So if you are going to divide 180 by 5, oba olina mmeka buli number? 30 what? 35 minutes. So if you have more than, if you see yourself going beyond 30 minutes and you have not progressed on that question, you are giving it a lot of what? Time. So 35 minutes and you get to the next what? Next question. Okay? But I am suspecting that, I am thinking that if I was the one preparing for the next paper, my first topic would be relevant and irrelevant costs and decision what? Making. And when you are reading members, read A to what? A to Z. A to Z. Don't prioritize. You are not the examiner, my dear. From a topic, A to what? Then from there, you go and do cost classification. Eyo nyangu okutegeera. Erina calculation za mirundi ebiri. Either you are preparing a cost sheet or you are doing cost what? Estimation. Then, fafagana ne cost accounts. Make sure that you know the preparation of the reconciliation what? Statement. Question in number 3 njireke. Tugende kweddako. We go to the next one. The next one is question number 4. Eno yerinamu topics enyingi. Erinamu topics ki? Ena ABC. Ena CVP. All right? Are you seeing it? It's not marginal and absorption what? Costing. Ena ne alternative costing what? Methods. But if they ask alternative costing methods today, it does not mean that they cannot ask the same topic next week. Because it has so many. There is throughput, like last time they asked throughput. There is target what? Costing. There is life cycle costing. There is Kaizen costing, backflash costing, and total quality what? Your topic is what I know. If you are reading, you should read it because one of them has higher chances of what? Appearing. So when you read it through, in May, they asked CVP, marginal and absorption what? Costing. When we go to August, that is when they asked alternative costing what? Methods. They brought activity-based costing, marginal. They drop and they bring in on. Then look at December. They maintained activity-based costing. Actually, they maintained what they asked last season. The justification for me to tell you to first read the previous one, previous paper. Okay? Now, alternative costing method. Look at what they asked here. Here they asked throughput, and in the second sitting, they asked total quality what? Total quality management. Okay? Let's go to 2024. 2024, in that first sitting, again they brought alternative costing what? And what did they ask? Throughput. Then they brought marginal absorption, which they did bring the other time, and then they accept. They also asked you backflash what? Backflash costing. That time they didn't ask CVP. They didn't ask alternative activity-based what? Costing. Are we together? In August, what did they do? They brought again margin and absorption costing. Isn't this becoming a monster in this paper, in this topic, in this question particularly? Margin and absorption what? Is becoming a what? Someone should be seeing the trend. Then they asked alternative costing method, and this time around they asked target what? Target costing. I did my part to summarize for you these things, just to guide. Then let us look at December. Then they brought in CVP. Again, they didn't ask activity-based costing, but they are also bringing margin and absorption what? What does it mean? Marginal against both the theory and the calculations. They brought CVP and then alternative costing. What did they ask this time around? Last time they asked throughput, target costing, and now life what? Life cycle. In May, they have also asked, they brought again CVP. Then they asked alternative costing method. They asked cost gap, that is target what? Target costing. Era tebabuuziza ki? Tebabuuziza ki? ABC. My brother, are you getting something there? Tebabuuziza ki? Tulabe ku May, ku August. Mu August baabuuza ki? Ne balyoka bakuleetera ki? Activity based costing. Era bakomezaawo marginal. There's a problem with marginal. The examiner buli lwakomyawo topic kitegeeza abayizi tebagitegeera. It is an assumption that even the tutors do not comprehensively cover that one, and that's why they bring it back. Please make sure that you read marginal and absorption what? Costing. Both the theory and the computation. Look at the alternative costing method. They asked you everything. When they ask about throughput accounting ratio, they are asking you about everything. Return per factory hour and the cost per factory what? Hour and the throughput accounting what? Ratio. It means if they are going to follow the trend and the recycle, all right? As you read, begin with the throughput. Read the life cycle and read the target what? Etsimu kwetu zezigenda okukola ki? Ze muyinza okulaba. Then read activity-based costing again. But of course, you may not forget CVP, but the emphasis on that number. Please don't forget total quality management. I would want to retrieve this class after the paper and see if whatever I have talked about would have featured in the paper. I would want to retrieve the class after the paper. Okay, so we continue. We look at the question number 5. Number 5. Number 5 is simple. If it is not budgeting, it is variance. However, let us see the trend. May. They ask you about the standards and then the computation of the various variances. And then preparation of a fixed what? Budget. Do you know how to prepare a fixed budget? Okay. In the next sitting, they were asking you about computation of variances. And then the S is just the theory, relevance of motivation in performance management, and then the causes of what? Variance. They didn't ask about budgeting, just no computation. It was a theory. Next time they ask you the computation, and that is flexed what? Flexed budget. They are not asking you to prepare functional what? Functional budgets. You are still rotating around flexed budget and the theory. Then they ask you to do something to do with the cost statement using marginal costing principles, reconciling the budget and the actual. Here, you are going to use variances to compute, to reconcile budgeted profit with actual profit. And then the factors to consider before investigating what? Variances. When you go to 2024, 2024 is bringing about variance computation and then the discussion on budgets. Theory, it is in August 2024 that he asks you to prepare some budgets, functional budgets. And this time around, the variance is part of the discussion question. What did it happen in May? This is December. Okay, December 2024, computation of variances. Why does he want variances? Members, practice variances. Look at May is asking to prepare flexed what? Budget. And then computing variances. Members, other than preparing the functional budget, also practice the preparation of a flexed what? Flexed budget. Let us see in August, what does it, I did summarize the one for August. Time was against me. Let me see. In August, what do we have? In August, he brings back a flexed budget. So, flexed what? Now, why don't you practice preparation of the various functional? So for your practice, as you prepare for the exam, start with the preparation of various what? Budgets. As you look at the previous test or exam, begin with preparation of functional budget. But think of a cash budget. Think of a what? A cash budget. Gwalabyeko ng'agibuuza. Gwalabyeko ng'agibuuza. Think of a what? Cash budget. But again, the variances nazibagambye dda nazo temuzikola ki? Temuzeerabira. Because he asked a flexed budget for 2 consecutive sittings. What about bringing now the issue about real variances and then preparation of a cash budget on top of the functional Of course, whenever he's going to ask you to prepare a cash budget, okay, expect a requirement for you to prepare other functional because it is the functional budgets that are going to guide you to prepare the cash cash budget. And the final number, the final question number 6. Overhead costing. We are looking at capacity levels. It brings you process costing, and then chips in cost estimation. Okay. Let us look at August. It brings in contract That is specific order costing. That is where you find contract Contract costing. It still asks you process costing, and then overhead Overhead costing. I remember the whole of my 2024, I would not put so much emphasis on process costing. And whenever I was teaching students, they were like, but sir, you are not teaching process costing, why? And I don't think in any year, in any sitting during that time, there was something to do with process costing in section B. This time around, your first topic to read should be process costing. Yes, it should be process costing. It was tested, I think, in December, but not that tricky. Okay, December 2024. Anyway, as we see, but I have a feeling your process costing should appear this time around. Okay. But overhead costing is also featuring these days. Overhead costing, they brought job costing, because process costing is just explanation for that time. That is December. Then we go to 2024. Look at 2024. They bring estimation, contract accounts, and overheads. This is a mixture, but there are some specific topics that must not miss. Process costing, that was in August. Job costing. Then we had job costing, cost estimation. They looked at job joint products and overhead costing. Then we go to May. That was May. Okay. Overhead costing, job costing, and process costing. But they asked the theory, right? They asked the theory. When we came to August, they asked you overhead costing using secondary analysis, right? They asked you the contract profit to be recognized, that's contract costing, but simply that is also very simple. I have a feeling, members, we should read process We should read process costing. Read process costing, A to A to Z. Read overhead Overhead costing has not missed in any city. Read overhead costing. And then you can add on those specific order what? Costing methods. They can ask you just as a theory, distinguish between batch costing and job what? Job costing. What are the features of service what? Costing. Just as a theory. So members, if you have been noting, now you very well know where to put your concentration, your emphasis. I am sorry if the whole 2 hours and a half we have been here, you have not picked anything. I'll be grateful if you have picked something from this session and you are ready to apply it. And it will be a blessing to me if you find what we have talked about here in your final what? Exam. But I will have to caution you members. Should you find anything you have read here, that you have discussed here, and you find it in an exam, don't get excited. You stay calm and make sure you time yourself. Time management is one of the key things that you must what? Observe. We agree each number is to be done in 25 what? In 35 what? 35 minutes. Then how are we going to do this paper? Like I have told you, this paper, level 1, each number carries equal what? Equal marks. Don't have the tendency of doing section A at the last moment. Ogenda kwekuba omusumaali. Right? When you get the question papers, you are going to do your plan. Your plan should be choosing the questions that you are going to what? To do in section B. Mark them out. Right? After that, go and start reading the objective what? Questions. Start with section A. Start with section A. One thing is, spend 1 minute for each question in section what? A. If the question is not clear, skip it. All right? Do whatever is easy for you, that whatever you can. I'll read the comments later. I'm saying, do the section A first. But by doing whichever question is clear to you there, and while timing yourself, let it be 30 minutes that you should be done with section 1. The additional 5 minutes should be spent on rectifying those questions that you did not what? Answer. After the 35 minutes, brothers, sisters, leave section A. Okay? Leave section A. Bwe mubaamu bw'otannakola buleke. Genda okole section ki? Go and do section B. Start with a question that you think can give you maximum what? Points. Remember, you have already seen these questions which you can attempt. If there is any question with a theory number giving you maximum marks, tandika neyo. If you can do the theory. If you cannot do the theory and your strength is in calculations, start with that number with calculation that can give you maximum what? Score. As you stabilize, you choose another question. Do at least 3 questions in section B before going back to complete section what? A. Right? Then as you attempt the last question, for purposes of catching up with the time, if there is a theory part of that question, and you know it, first write the theory number. And then you'll be left with the calculation. Don't make yourself a superstar by saying you'll only start with the calculation. There are hidden tricks there. You are not the one who set that question. Okay? So with that, I strongly believe the prize winner is coming from this class. Please set the trend. I set the trend. I opened the trend for people winning this paper from this college. If not, from the people that I have handled. I know if you have gone through my hands, you have the potential of becoming a prize winner. Even if I have not handled you from the beginning and only handling you from now, the tricks I have given you can enable you to become a prize what? A prize winner. That said, allow me to turn to the comment section. I don't know whether members present in the class have some questions. I can take on questions. In the meantime, keep those comments coming in. Do we have questions? Okay, let us look at the comment section. Comment section, Keramule. Okay, good morning, boss. Ronald, good morning, good afternoon already. Please reiterate the concept in reconciling cost and financial profit now. These ones, you need me to do the whole question, which I cannot do now. Okay, we have reconciling cost accounting what? Profit and cost accounting profits. We also have the reconciliation of marginal costing profit and absorption costing profit. I didn't understand that, but I know you just need to know. In reconciling marginal costing profit with cost accounting profit, we are looking at the differences in inventory valuation. Right? Then, when we come to reconciling costing profit with costing profit with financial profit, the issue is to understand the causes of the differences. The causes are separated in such a way that there are those causes that, when observed, they are items acknowledged in both sets of accounts, but with different what? Amounts. So there will be a difference either in closing stock valuation or opening stock valuation. 2, there will be a difference in overhead absorption what? Rates. And then there will also be a difference in depreciation. If not that, then there are costs that are acknowledged only in financial accounts, and there are also those that are acknowledged in only financial accounts. You must know those costs. Some are additions, others are subtractions. The incomes we add, the expenses, that is appropriation of profit, we do what? We subtract. Then we have notional interest that could be received and interest that can be paid. Those are adjusting what? Items. Ainaito was saying we can't see calculations. That one I said, we are not here to do calculations. If you want the calculation, that is a private what? Arrangement. We still have Sunday up to Thursday morning or Friday morning if you wish to have those engagements on a private basis, because the official classes were now what? Closed. Kindly share it with us in the group. What are you asking me to share? I don't know. But if it is my worksheet, my answer is, I am sorry, madam. I can't share this because it is still work in progress. Muhumuza, is it right in the paper, in this paper for a question? I start with, let's say, part E, part. Now, members, the objective is to maximize our scores. Are we together? Where the part is not linked to the other, all right, you can answer it separately. There's no harm for you to start with the part E or part D and C before answering A and what? And B. There is no harm. Are we together? One thing I have to tell you is clearly indicate the question you are attempting. Clearly indicate. Ekyokubiri, don't economize those papers. Wazisasulira. You paid for the answer sheets. When you finish question number 1, okay, we shall have a flow. You indicate question number 2. Okay? I am answering question number on a fresh page. You can answer part A, part B, part C in that same order. If you are now going to answer question number 3, and you have answered question number 2 on a page, and you have only used 3 or 4 lines. Are we together? Skip that page. Go to a new part, a new page. But you are free to say, I am answering question number 4, part C and part D, before indicating part what? Part A. But again, if you are answering, it would be wise for you to say question number 4. And then you say question 4, C. Question 4, D. Question 4, A. Question 4, B. Are you getting me? You are guiding the examiner on what you are doing. It is what is the most important one? Most important thing. Although what someone would do is to leave the space and answer C and D, but you don't know how much space you will need. You get me? So it is better you do part, whichever part you think you have the answer to it, as long as it's not linked to another. So you always answer questions that have a linkage to the other next to each other, right? The ones that are independent, you can also answer them independently. That is for purposes of the question, all right? Someone says you can estimate the lines and give the space. That is also okay. But I'm saying where you cannot estimate the space you are going to use, you can begin with whichever, as long as it's the same question and you indicate it. Don't vote for me. Question 5A, question 4A, to be curious. You are not going to confuse us. Once I see question A, 4A, 4B, and then 5A, I will know that you have finished question 1, question A, question 4. But always begin. Now you see here, I have a question booklet, answer booklet. What I am trying to say is, now I'm demonstrating to the people in the class. I have this page. I have this page. And I have this what? Page. Page 1, page 2, page 3. I answer question number 4 on page 1, on page 2, and page 3, I answer quarter way. Okay? Now I have to move to question number 5. Topic singa wane wasigadde. Ne bw'olaba nga space ekola ki? Ekyaliwo. Open the next what? The next page. That is what the examiner says. Begin each question on a fresh. Not saying that I am writing for A here, open, for B, open, for C. No. All right? That is what we mean by that. Thank you, Margaret, for appreciating. Kansime is saying, we appreciate and we shall not disappoint. All our prayers go to God to guide us. Thanks a lot for your support and effort. How do we handle discontinuation calculations? Wow. Members, now what we are going to do, I think people have issues. In this class, I didn't come to calculate. I didn't come to do any computation. I came to give a guide and to point out keywords, key areas. Now, from what I have said, if we have issues, let's post those issues in our groups. I know I am in more than one group. I can combine these all issues and arrange a what? A class. Are we together? You have your weakness. Your weakness is not your neighbor's what? Weakness. I am going to offer another session where probably I will handle questions. But I'm not going to manufacture those topics where I want you to read. All right? All right? Oshabe made that. All right? I am not calculating anything. I am offering myself, okay, to arrange another session. The session to benefit everyone who is attending this session again. But the issues to address should come from you. Right? So we have between today and tomorrow for you guys to post those what? Concerns. You don't mind about the links, the link will be shared. It is still free of charge. Anyone can what? Can join. All I want from you is post those areas of concern from what we have said. And then we shall have some guide. Try your what? Try your questions. That is all the best I can give you now. Okay, pardon when we reconcile IG expenses when the count. Oshabe made that. That is your concern. I want to see it in your group. I know I am in more than one group. Whichever group you are in, you just post your concern, I will see it. In this class, this session, I have more than one institution. We have Capital College and other classes, other institutions, given that it was a free what? Class. And I know I am in more than one. So just post whichever group you are, and you know that I am in that group, you just post, I will pick it, and I will make sure I respond. I organize what? A session. Can I write my student number on each page? I think we have examination numbers, not so? Yes, it is advisable. You indicate not your names, not your ISPAW number, not so. We are given examination what? We are given examination numbers, not the ISPAW number. Because the ISPAW number, I can cram your icebound number. We are also given special seat what? Seat numbers. Those are the details we expect on your answer booklet. And the members, be punctual. Be punctual. Bobo Vera Wala. Some of us indicated that we shall do the paper from Kampala, and yet we work in Gulu. And you want to travel over the night. That is very risky. Travel at least 2 days before the what? The paper.
Correct.
Be within the location at least a day before the what? The paper. Mwabagala okusoma nga mwekwese. I am warning you. Abasoma nga mwekwese. You are gaining nothing from hiding yourself. You come to Capital College, even if you are not a student of Capital College, from Capital College to Mengo SS, it is a very short what? Distance. Nebweba border ekutusaawo. You never hide yourself during exam period. You have to drive. Osangenga waliwo ki? Jam. You are doing afternoon. You don't control traffic. 2, we are in campaign what? Season. Boyita ku route nga bagigadde waliyo campaign. Olaba bw'oswetinga. So prepare yourself. Another thing, make sure you have a functional calculator. Am I repeating myself again? Have a what? Don't borrow a calculator before the exam. If you are to borrow a calculator, borrow it now. Because for this time up to the exam what? Ojja kuba ogimanyidde. 2, have 3 pens. 3 pens of the same color. Are we together? Don't take black or blue. If you are saying I'm going to write using black, zonna essatu zirina kuba za black. Yes, the examination instruction is saying use blue or black, but I'm saying not both. All right? If you want to use blue, carry 3 pens. Okwewala ebigwa bitokoze eki bitalaze. Or you may have your pen, so darling, you went to church and they prayed for it. You went to pastor so and he blessed that pen and said, with this pen, you are passing. No to come exam pen in Ekorachi. Omukisa ne gugana okujja. Pen nezikira. All right? So during that time, you are going to disturb the invigilator. Sir, may I borrow a pen? He will tell you from where. You get me? You must have at least 3 pens. Number 3, you must carry a ruler. You must carry a pencil. You must carry a rubber. Make sure you have the examination permit and you have your student what? ID. Ebyo bye weetaaga. Ebisigadde illegal. No pen, no phones, no written material of whatsoever kind. Okay, can I write my student number? Yes, please. Of course, that's why I'm saying you must have a pen. Members, it is risky. It is risky to draw your graphs using a pen. That's why I'm telling you to carry what? A pencil. If you make a mistake, can you erase a pen? All right? So it is advisable. Swabra, you are committing academic suicide. Don't take smart watches. I don't know who the invigilator will be, but smartwatches, a recipe for disaster. If I was at the entrance of your examination room, you have a watch like mine, njikujjako. All right? This one is equivalent to a phone. Everything I have on a phone, I can access it on my what? On my watch. I can connect internet here. I can do AI on my smartwatch. That's why you may not be allowed, if at all it has been prescribed anywhere. I don't know who the invigilator will be, but don't risk. Test your codes by going with that watch. But if you don't pass through, just know, if you are anytime spotted looking at your watch all the time, it will amount to smuggling in unwanted what? Material. And that is examination malpractice. There will be wall clocks in examination rooms. Of course, be assured that there will be wall clocks mounted where everyone can see. And on top of that, we used to have someone gentleman. He used to move around the examination hall, reminding us about the time. If you do not have the normal watches, then all you need is a what? To follow the watch that is mounted somewhere in the examination what? In the examination room. Any other question? Please don't engage in such what? Tempting habits of taking unwanted material. So the smartwatch would amount to an unwanted what? Item in the examination room. I happen to teach at the university, so we do not accept smartwatches. So I don't know whether with the CPA they can allow you to take in a what? A smartwatch. I guess they are also smart. They cannot accept that. Wow, the session is coming to an end. I had to put in an extra hour because I started an hour late. So I have compensated for the time. All right, so given that I do not have more questions, I beg to stop here. And I am going to request one of us to lead us in a word of prayer and to pray for us so that, everything goes well. I am still offering myself for help in these remaining 4-5 days. And normally my sessions are very early in the morning. I don't know whether we are good at waking up. What time do you wake up? 8. Allah Akbar. Oh no, so normally my sessions are very early in the morning. Why I do very early in the morning? I do this session, I highlight issues, and then I leave you to go and do your own what? Reading. And sometimes where need be, I come back in the evening to close the day. All right? So, my classes begin as early as 4 a.m. Eh? 4 a.m. My brother who wakes up at 6, at 8, 4 a.m. However, I always provide the recordings. Okay? I always provide the recordings. So you can be in safe hands. If you miss, some of us have those early morning obligations. Morning what? We pray in the morning, not so? As early as what? 3 a.m. and it goes up to 6 what? So anyway, that is it. I will pick your comments from the section, from the groups, and then I will organize sessions depending on what you have posted. I cannot dictate for you now. So my brother, allow me to give you a chance to bless us with the concluding prayer.
Okay, members around, let us humble ourselves and have the word of God. Our Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for our tutor as he led us through very well. Let us pray that whatever he has guided us be of a blessing. We discuss, we prepare more during this period, such that we can also produce one of the best winners in our post accounting paper to be done next week on Friday. We have prayed a lot, expecting more on that day. Amen.
Amen.
We have prayed and believed that the Lord has heard our prayer and is going to grant us our request. Thank you so much, everyone. We meet again during the week, and of course, definitely after the what? After the paper. Bye for now.